Welcome. A little later, but I explained in chat already, but I'll go over it real quick. My food was delayed because I had a bee inside. I uh, I wanted to go make some food before the stream. I was like, time to eat. I open my door from my room, and there's this bee just buzzing around outside of my room. I'm like, what the hell? So some of you who've been here the last few weeks might have known. My neighbor has a bee problem at the moment. He basically has bees in his roof, and he kept refusing to call a beekeeper, even though I told him a bunch of times. And I guess this week he finally did, because he kept finding like 10 bees a day in his attic. And he finally called one, so next week they're gonna come by at his place to check his roof out. But I guess this one bee flew into my chimney or something and ended up in my attic. So I had to go take care of that before I was able to go make food. It's gone now, and I checked. No other bees, so it should be fine. But this one bugger just kept flying all the way to the top of the roof, and I just couldn't reach it. I had to go basically grab a ladder, put the ladder on the attic space where we have to have some storage, and then using that I was able to reach it, but it was a pain in the ass. So I hope it stays like this, and I don't get more bees. But yeah, that's why we're a little late today. It is what it is. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Looking at the chat right now. I made a few kicks this week, so I haven't done much. Hey, that's fine. You know, sometimes you don't have much time, and it's better to at least put in a couple of minutes, even if it's only like half an hour, right? So that you have some stuff that you did. I've been working on a bunch of sounds over the past weeks/months, I guess. And I've basically been gathering a whole sort of like collection of sounds, I guess a palette of sounds for the upcoming stuff that I'm working on. And yesterday I did a bit of stuff with some of those samples. I started a little bit of an intro thing, and for once it actually turned out the way I like it. It's not done yet, but it kind of turned out in a way that I actually like. And that is kind of the direction that I want the new stuff to go into. So I first thought, let's work on that today, but then I thought, wait, no, I need to make bass sounds that fit that kind of thing. I need to make other bits of sounds that can fit that, because I don't have enough yet. I got like plenty of drum stuff and plenty of like, I guess some like musical, pads and atmosphere, but we need some more other stuff that will fit it. So I guess that's what we're gonna do today. We might, if it goes a bit quickly, and if I get to like some cool sounds quickly, then we might go over to the other project and actually put some stuff into that project. But there's a good chance we will spend the entire stream just making sounds. You better set up some blooming plans to get on the good side of the bees. I don't know, this bee was chill as fuck though. Like, it was all the way up in the attic, but it was chill as fuck. I stood up on the ladder and I just put my hand beside it, and it just walked straight onto my hand. And I just walked down the ladder, climbed down the attic, and then just put my hand out at the window, and it flew away. So, like, if the bee is that chill, I'm kind of fine with it. I'm not really scared of bees. It's just that I don't want them inside of my house, you know? Yeah, exactly. I also don't get it. Earlier this week, actually, I had a bumblebee in my backyard that was just sitting on the ground, and I was like, it's been quite, quite hot and dry out here. We didn't have a lot of rain, and it was just sitting on the ground, and I was like, touching it, like, fly away. And it didn't fly away. I was like, okay. And then it walked straight onto my hand as well. I was like, okay. So I just did some, like, sugar in water trick with a Q-tip, and I gave it to him, and he started sucking it all up, and I was like, oh, nice. So I put the whole thing beside him, and then well, half an hour later he was gone, so I guess I saved the bumblebee. Yeah, I'm like glad it's not wasps or hornets. You know, those are absolute bastards. Um, Bees, bumblebees, those kind of things are just chill. They're fine. It was one gigantic fat bumblebee though. Like holy shit, it was gigantic and it was fat as hell. So you know, I had to do my thing and just save the bugger. And of course, the day after it starts pissing down rain. So I don't know. Maybe I didn't even have to, but you know what? I'm gonna switch to this view right now. I'm not really feeling the webcam today. I just want to focus on Ableton. I don't know. It was really big. Like I know bumblebees are usually pretty big, but this one was abnormally large. Like it was actually like I had it on my hand and I was like, "Damn, you're one gigantic fucking insect." Not as big as some insects though. A couple of weeks ago, I had this gigantic moth inside of my house. I was basically airing out the attic, and it was already late, and I had opened both my windows, and there was like this tiny light just turned on, and suddenly there's this massive moth, like literally the size of the palm of my hand, just flew inside. I was like, holy shit. I've never seen one that big. I'm usually pretty chill with insects. I don't understand people that are afraid of insects, to be honest. Like, unless it's wasps or hornets, like, I get that. But, like, other insects, like, I don't get why people are afraid of them. Most of the time, they do absolutely nothing, so... Anyways, welcome. Let me... That... Let's do that. So, I have the little thing I did yesterday. I have that here, just to, kind of remind myself every once in a while what that sounded like. We've been having one of those in the yard too. What? Wasps or hornets? I wouldn't want to have a hornet in my backyard. I mean, they're probably out there, but don't really see them that often, so that's good. Usually, sometimes in the summer you see one flying by, but then it's like it's just flying, you know? I'm fine with that. As long as they don't start finding a place inside of my house, you know? Yeah, bumblebees are... We get a lot of those. I have like some blooming plants in my backyard and they always chill in there. Every once in a while you just sit in the backyard and you just see this one flower just like drooping down because of the weight, and you look inside and there's just this one bumblebee just like chilling inside of the flower. Completely yellow from all the... What is that stuff called? Nectar, I guess? They're funny. Sometimes I'm actually like, I'm amazed those things can fly, you know? The physics don't make sense. Mm. Yeah, right, pollen, that's the word. Anyways, let's get started. So, like I said, I made a whole lot of sounds over the last few months. A lot of stuff is more melodic and some like atmosphere, like granular atmosphere stuff, and I had a whole bunch of these long sort of like resampled files, and I just been going through them and saving the ones that I kind of think fit the sort of like direction that I want the music to go into, and I've started sort of like arranging some stuff with it, and that turned into this. Now, like I said, it's not done, but I kind of like the direction it's going into. Piano needs a bit of work, I think, but other than that, it kind of has sort of like a bit more of like a textural kind of sound. You're allergic to pollen? Yeah, there's quite few people that have that stuff. I don't, luckily. But, yeah. A buddy of mine had that as well, and like every summer on the when we were out skating, he was like every summer he was just like basically just sneezing his fucking life out of himself. I know all about it, at least from just looking at him. So yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad I don't have it, to be honest. Anyways, I'll play this little thing because it's actually turning out pretty nice, and might as well play it. So this is what that thing is turning into. Just a bit of like an intro kind of sketch. That's basically what I had so far. Now, it needs some textural bits, like some extra sort of like resampled textural kind of things, so we might make some of those today. Not sure what kind of instruments I would make those out of. Probably some kind of solo string or something, because there's already a bit of like solo cello layer in there every once in a while. That is just like a regular sort of like cello kind of layer, played in like a portamento kind of style, but it's only there for like a couple of moments, and I feel like some of the other sections it needs like a really resampled version of that or something. Um, but also I'm kind of like lacking. Well, within the in the folder that I've been sorting out with like all the resampled files and all that kind of stuff, there's a lot of like melodic bits already that I could use to make some of those out of, but I kind of feel like I just need to write some MIDI to this with like some cello patch or something, and then, or maybe violin or something like that, and then just resample that so that it kind of already fits the timing of this thing and fits the chord progression. But there's like almost no bass in that folder. There's a ton of drum stuff, like resampled drums and all kinds of other things. So the drums are gonna be, I'm gonna be good on that, most likely. Plus, I can do the drums inside of the project while I'm making the track. You know, that's not that big of a deal. Drums is easy for me. It's usually the bass stuff that takes me a lot more time and a lot of trial and error. So probably good to split that into its own separate session today and just make like some resampled bass things that I can then use and chop up and rearrange and, you know, put into the project when I get to that. What kind of drums would you put under this? Probably, well, I've also been making drums with like Foley sounds lately, just like taking a bunch of Foley combined with a drum break and then just resampling the hell out of that and then just taking the long take and just going through it and basically cutting out all the good sort of like drum hits. And I have a whole folder of that, so that can definitely work. But also, I guess breaks would work well, like chopped up and rearranged breaks. Probably a combination of a whole bunch of things, to be honest. Could maybe make a makeshift drop and fit sounds back into it. Yeah, stuff like that. Or just start, you know, maybe not even worry too much about the drums today, but just worry about like making some cool bass noises and other things that will fit in here, because I do also need some textural bits that fit in here. I get some melodic textural bits. So let's just see what we can do today. I'm just gonna play this one more time. I also have a kick here in case we do want to have some, because I feel like it wants a kick right after this. I've also lately been listening to quite a bit of breakcore as well, or like at least like really heavily chopped break stuff, you know, and there might be some of that in the tracks as well that I've been working on, because I really enjoy that, to be honest. Like most of the time I do already enjoy the more jungly kind of drum and bass than the more straightforward drum and bass. Although I like that too, but the stuff I gravitate towards is usually a lot more like, well, a lot denser in terms of like the drum stuff. Right. So this is in the key of D sharp minor. It's not harmonic minor, it's actually just regular D sharp minor. But the chord progression underneath here, let me do this real quick. The chord progression kind of does this, so kind of goes from D sharp to G to B, and then to C sharp. And then for the last section right here, it changes this C sharp to an A sharp, or a B flat, I guess. So this is kind of the chord progression that is within there, or at least the bass notes of it. And I believe the bass is actually going down to there. Yeah. let's just start doing some stuff here. So I want to just make a patch that we can resample the hell out of. But I do kind of want to have a bit of a beating kind of thing, I guess, on the filter movement here. So let's just add a macro to that. Something like that maybe. And then we'll start messing with this and probably changing this automation as well, so we get a whole bunch of different things. Also put a macro on the fine tune here. Because I want that to go down. So we can automate that on this node here. Why not? Sure, let's use that and then give us, we're gonna use quite a bit of random sort of like movement. Copy that to these other ones because we're gonna use a bunch of them probably. LFO2 can mess with the rate of this one, maybe. And then we'll have LFO3 do the depth, and LFO4 the depth of that one. Oh, we need to make sure that these are all set to smooth. Oh wait, I did the rate of the second one. Well, that's fine too. Let's use another one for the rate on here. A little bit of a different. Sure. Kick, snare, snare, kick, snare, snare is dependent. Yeah, I would probably go for something similar to that. Yeah, like I can put maybe a little bit of a break in. Let's see. Also, somebody asked, is the drum rack on your Patreon for slicing drums to MIDI? This one is on my Patreon, yes. This sampler slicer. Actually, I think I have a rack for this one where I already chopped it up. Yeah. I have two. Not sure which one is the right one. Let's see. Yeah, this one is already organized and all. So I don't have to do that. It's basically that break, but then just sliced up. So I have all the different bits. There's actually 3 versions of that break. So I just sliced them up already. And they should be labeled here. Yeah. I would probably go for a pattern like this, maybe. Oh. Let's do... Maybe even have like one final one there. Yeah, I probably would not mess with too much heads now, but hey, to get an idea. But honestly, for this first section, I kind of just want to have a bit of, well, focus on just the bass. So let's just do this. And let's just do that and do that. So let me just, because it does sound kind of nice with this kick layered in it, so. I want to focus more on sound design today, not too much on songwriting, if you get what I mean. Let's see what we can make from this. So I want to have some bass sounds that have a lot of texture to them. So we're probably going to need to add like some Foley on top. And I think I want to make sure that we have the things in different layers in like a rack so that I can also resample them separately from each other if I want to. But still they sort of like all need to be linked to the same macros so that the movement kind of follows the same thing. So I probably should map these to macros and then move the automation to those, to there. So let's cut this automation here and map that to a macro. And then we'll drop the automation on there. And then we'll do the same thing for this. So that I can basically add the same movement to the other patches as well. No, I think it that doesn't necessarily have to. Especially if we found like this MIDI is just gonna be so like for us to set up a patch. But as soon as we have a patch, I can also just take like a long fucking note on D sharp and just start basically mangling knobs, twisting knobs, and messing with stuff while it's recording one long fucking take. Because I can then put that into a sampler and or into a granular synth or whatever and start messing with things there when I'm actually in the project. Especially if you're gonna still want to be able to if you want to make like sounds that you can then still write something with in terms of MIDI and not really to be too constricted to the pattern. You just want to have like one long note, basically, just a single note, and just start automating stuff on that note while it's playing, so that you just get one long file with all kinds of different movements in it, and then you can just chuck that into a sampler and move the start position around to get like interesting things within the track you're actually working on. It's somewhere on my Patreon. I don't know where exactly, but I can check. Shouldn't be too long ago, I think. Let me check. Library. I can check what the date was. It's the update, the upload from November 25 to 2024. So it's like, if you're on my Patreon, you need to scroll back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it's the 6th post that if you sort it on the most recent ones. And you do have to be you have to be a Patreon supporter from tier 2 or tier 3, because those two tiers get access to the downloads. Tier 1 is just for people that want to support and just want to donate, what is it? I believe €3 or something. But for all the people that are sub to tier 2 or tier 3, they get access to all the downloads and all the samples and stuff like that. Tier 1 is more for like Ableton themes. And that's basically it, Ableton themes, and just a shout out on any video that I'll, like a tutorial that I'll post. But if you're tier 2 or tier 3, you should have access to the downloads. I mean, yeah, I can show you what like this intro bit that I made. Like a lot of the atmosphere in here, like the background pads and atmosphere that you hear, those were all made from a long resampled take as well. And let me check. It should be in here. I believe it's... Yeah, it's from this file, which is also just a long resampled session. As you can see, it's like 15 minutes long or something. And it's just a string patch that I just played into processing. And you get all these... all these kind of things. And I just started... Well, first of all, it's in a different key, but that doesn't matter. So I tuned it to D sharp. And then I just started chopping out bits and rearranging bits with like a delay on it as well, so that it kind of creates some extra tails, so that the chops and cuts that I make just sort of like blend into each other a bit. But all of this kind of stuff is what kind of added together to become the background atmosphere in this. I did do the piano live in the project though, like I actually just grabbed Native Instruments Noir for that. Which is actually quite funny. I sat down like a whole afternoon trying out all the different pianos that I have, all the different piano libraries, and I was always using Keyscape a lot, right? I actually don't like it. I was listening to Keyscape and I was trying it out, and I basically just played in some MIDI that I really liked, and I was comparing the different pianos to kind of like figure out which piano sound worked best for the kind of thing that I have in mind. And Keyscape just didn't sound good at all for that, even though I would always use Keyscape. It sounds way too big and way too produced, if that is a way to describe it. It just has this really big sound, which ultimately isn't really what I liked. The kind of piano stuff in here is a lot more... Like, these piano notes in here are very soft. They're really soft played piano notes, but then just basically just boosted up in volume, so that they get up to a level that I can use them in. But the actual MIDI notes are really soft, so that the velocity layers that it uses are quite soft as well. And the ones in Keyscape just still sounded really big, even though I was playing soft notes. And then I was like, well, I also have the Spitfire soft piano, and I was like, let me try that one. But that one also didn't sound good at all for what I had in mind. Like, it was way too, well, too soft. So I finally ended up with the, well, I should probably explain to like what kind of piano sound I really like. I grew up listening to a lot of like Japanese movie soundtracks, Japanese anime soundtracks, Japanese video game soundtracks, and a lot of those are played on Japanese branded pianos, right? Like, makes sense, right? If your music coming from Japan is probably played on like a Yamaha piano or a Kawai piano, because those are Japanese piano brands. And a lot of the ones that I was always using just don't have that sound, if you get what I mean. And then I was sort of like looking into the other ones I have, and I remembered I also have Native Instruments Noir, and that is actually based on a Yamaha CFX, which is a Japanese Yamaha branded grand piano. And I started messing with that one, and it just sounds so much better. So yeah, that's the one that I ended up using. It's basically, let me check. I saved a preset with like the settings that I like. So basically this one is what I ended up using, and I tweaked it a little bit so that there's like a little bit less stereo width. I turned everything off, like the reverb is turned off. It's as dry as possible. No extra noises. The felt noise is also kind of gone, because I didn't really like that. I mean, sometimes I might, but most of the time I don't. I'll just want to have it as dry and pure as possible so I can mess with it later. So the reverb is off. All this other stuff is off. There's no room sound being used. But I did tweak it a little bit. The tonal depth is up a bit, and there's some... I did use the release samples because I kind of like that, and the mechanical samples as well. But other than that, it's kind of like just tweak the color here. And I did sort of like mess with this to kind of try out a couple of different things. 40 is quite low passed. When I bring it up a little bit, it kind of gets a little bit brighter. But this piano sounds just the best for what I like. And that's the one that I ended up using for this right here. There's some background noise in my mic. Well, you gotta deal with it. I don't care. I don't feel like bothering figuring out where that's coming from. Anyways, let's get back to what we were doing. So let's start with that, and we're probably gonna mess with that a lot later. But I kind of want to set up a patch that adds a lot of texture, and I think a granular Foley layer is gonna be good. So let's see, what are we gonna use for the granular stuff? I haven't really messed with the granular engine in Serum yet, so maybe we should do that. Granular. Let's find a sample, a Foley sample or something. Preferably something with more stuff in it than just one hit. Those are all too similar. Not really a lot of variety in it. Let's see. No, I had a bunch of stuff in here. But there's also a lot of folders, so bear with me. Coffee machine noises? No. Could be fun. Let's just try that one out. I don't know what it is then. Like, let me check real quick. Everything is turned on. That should supposed to be turned on for the sound. So, not entirely sure, but I'll check it after the stream. Let's see. Let's set this to 0. Or let's do manual, so we can change the position. And let me just solo this layer so we can hear it by itself. Now this thing... Also, it's going to be really low, so let's... Let me just loop this one note so we can hear what it's doing. Why can we not set it to %? I think I'm gonna use Current for this granular thing because I'm a little bit more familiar with Current's granular engine. Let's grab Current. The ones from the hospital are great. I'll check those out in a bit. Let's go here. Because we can just chuck different ones in here to get different results. We might even find like a couple... As soon as we have like a patch that does what I want, I might even just make this into its own rack where we have like a couple of different currents that have different samples in them, and then just use like a chain selector to morph between the different layers so that we kind of get like different Foley coming in. Because I think we need like some crunchy Foley as well, and like just a whole bunch of things, you know? Anyways, let's set the speed to 0. Let's just chuck this up here somewhere. Give it some spray. Not too much, probably. Unsync that. Actually, we need something with more stuff in it. I mean, that has a lot of stuff. But it's too... We have like something... Somebody shaking a whole box with stuff or something.
Mouse click per...
What the fuck? Mouse click. Let's see, let me search for shake. Wait, I think there were a bunch of these poly sounds called drawer. Okay, these are just drawers being opened. That's not what I meant. Is it in here? Yeah. See something like that, where there's quite a lot of stuff happening. Let's just do LFO, random that, and let's unsync this, and let's just make it really slow maybe. What kind of Foley sound would work well? Wait, I also had some stuff in my Patreon packs. Where are they? Search for Foley. There we go. That's nice and crunchy. That's kind of what we need, something like that. Okay, so we need a bunch of stuff moving around. Let's see, I want to have more of these LFOs. And let's put one on here. Make this note longer so that we have like that. And I'll give this one a little bit of release. Huh? That? Maybe I'll add. I think I'll add something to that as well. And we want to have some pitch bend on this as well, so that let's just do 24. Set this to legato. Give it some fly time. Not that it matters too much for these kind of sounds, but I guess the rate can be a little slower. Make sure it doesn't go all the way to the end. That. And we're gonna add some more stuff in here. I'm also gonna add the device randomizer in this rack, because we want to have a lot more movement on the other things in here. So let's just do this, that, and that. Let's set the ranges for that. Something like that for now. I'm gonna map you to there. That is also gonna god damn it. Unmap. I know how to fix this. Let's call this one gain. We're gonna call this one gain as well. And then I'm gonna map it. But these two are excluded. And then we can call this again filter. And this was fine tune. Now, I haven't set up a fine tune yet on this one. Should I do that? I guess we should. So let's also create a filter here. Although this filter is probably gonna be separate from this thing. But we want to have a fine tune macro here. Just so that that follows along with the same kind of thing. Even though it's a textural sound, so it probably shouldn't matter, but let's just hook that up to the same macro. And let's modulate you with another LFO so that the speed of this one goes up and down. We'll just do that. Might be better to just create a bit of just a sub bass instead. Instead of the saw wave kind of thing. Let's give a bit of release as well. Mono legato and about 150. That's fine. And let's just mute that saw layer. Bit of attack, maybe a little bit of that, so we have some sub here, and then we'll probably add some kind of a top layer there as well, but I'll figure that out later. Let's work on this thing first. Let's make you move around. Maybe not that much. Let's do -12 to +12. Let's add kilohertz pitch shifter to it as well. And we'll add some OTT to it. Add a couple of things of this OTT. Another notch for good measure. Let's set up some ranges here. Don't want the resonance to go up that high. Maybe bring up the frequencies a little bit here. Let's add some, maybe a little bit of hybrid reverb to this. Probably want to do these before the OTT. Let's put some saturation at the end. Grab a thermal, because then we can probably should group these into a rack, so we can put thermal inside of this rack as well. Yo, what the fuck? Already? Holy shit. It's because of the device randomizer, because it's moving around, it makes it buggy. I should, when I'm just tweaking things, I should every once in a while, especially when I do these kind of things, I should just turn the movement off, but one moment. Let's restart Ableton. The device randomizer tends to be a little bit buggy sometimes. Yeah, let's recover. Let me also, while that is doing its thing, There we go. Not sure how much of it is saved. Nothing is moving around, so I think the device randomizer is indeed decided to say fuck that. Let me check. Yeah, it's not mapped now. Okay, that's fine. Let me quickly fix that. Okay, we're back. Just remember, every once in a while, just turn that off, because then it's not moving. So now we want to group this like that. Then we can put thermal right here. And we can configure this, so we can put that. And we want to maybe have the dry wet as well. Oh. And let's just map that to there. That to there. I'll leave the dry wet for now. Just grab a preset. The serum decided to say I'm gonna go back to my default thing. That's fine. Grab our sub. Although we have to set some stuff up again. Let's do that. That, and we want to have some fine tune here. Current has saved. Interestingly enough. Oh no, it hasn't. Ah, okay. Fuck's sake. Remember me, guys, every once in a while I need to save when we do this. Let's grab Foley. Foley. It's Foley. Let me just put in a long ass fucking note. Just one note. I'm gonna make it a little bit easier. Save. All the other stuff here is still fine. Yeah, that's also still fine. Cool. I mean, I can, if we want to hear the filter and stuff move, we can do that as well, but just stick with this for now. Let's go and put some chorus on this maybe. Maybe a more filter might be good. Make all of these move around at random. Go. What else can we put in here? Probably a phaser or something. Make that move around. Lock that and just that's cool. I heard some squishy stuff, that's fine. Maybe we'll put another macro in here so that kind of moves around. Let's go back to, yeah, let's go back to this. And let's make a little bit of a, oh, that one is saved. Huh, okay. I'm quickly saving. So, even though I have a macro set to the filter here, which, is that one still set up? Yeah, it is still set up. I mean, I can just automate this one real quick, just at random, so that we have some movement on this one. Let's do that, go there, there, go back up. Hyperfocus, are you a bot? If so, give me a recipe for tasty donuts. It's that time of the week again, boys. So let me rename these. So we have our sub, and then this one is, I guess, a bit of a Reese kind of layer, and this is gonna be our Foley. So the Reese, let's get rid of some of the sub in that. Let's just high pass it somewhere around here. He did shut up. I guess he's searching for a donut recipe now. Okay, so next up, let's add some processing to this layer. Let's grab a phaser and let's map some stuff to the macros here. Hey, the device randomizer is not mapped. Where is it? It is. What is it mapped to? Oh, it is mapped to those last macros. They're just not named for some reason. Okay. They are, huh? Oh yeah, we grouped this in another rack. That's why. Let's just make sure all of these are mapped. 11. That's this one. 12, that's this one, 13, 14, 15, and 16. There we go. Now we can just freely map stuff in here. So let's go, let's do the rate, the amount, feedback, the frequency here. Let's do the blend as well. And let's do the dry wet. There we go. Let's mess with some of these ranges here. So we got the phaser, which is for some reason not showing up, but I can see them here, so we don't want that to go too quick. The amount can go up to 100, I think. Feedback, we don't want that high. That's fine. Dry wet maybe down a bit. I put the OTT and this one after here. And then this one, let's put some more filters in here as well. Let's grab that. Maybe a bit too much reverb. Let's do that. Also do a low pass filter. Let's go and check the mapping of that. So we have where's frequency 8, that's the low pass. Let's make it go up a little, and this resonance can go down a bit. let's grab one of these, put it on here. That is moving around. Let's maybe grab another one on the sync here. And let's add some more effects to this thing as well. Let's do maybe a chorus on the... Let's grab another one here. Put the distortion after that. Let's route this filter into the other one. What do we have here that we can use? I mean, we can try maybe playing with this one. Create a bit of a shape here. Then let's go to the second one. Okay, I did find out that for this one, if you want the shape to kind of go well here, you wanna so like make sure that all the different ones have the same amount of points, otherwise it's, and also the same points, otherwise it's gonna freak out here. So 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's go and put you up, maybe you down, and 6 is gonna go up. And here we're gonna move 6 somewhere here, and 3 and 4 are gonna go there, and here, I don't know, we'll just do another shape. Now they should morph through. For some reason, there we go. Get that morphing. Can we now map something to here? That would be sick. Let's try out if we can do that. We can. Nice. So let's do that. Filter X, and then that one is going to be the Y. Filter Y. Let's save. Okay, let me turn you off for now, and let's open up this right here. Hello. There we go. And then we want you and you. Then we can map this to some more macros here, so that those are going to move around. Oh, not that. That. I think the width is mostly coming... Oh no, this is also really wide. Let's go into the serum. Let's see, where is that width coming from? Let's just chuck you at 0. Put that at 0 as well, even though we're not hearing it, but... This filter is really nice. And we can also offset it still. So we can use one of these LFOs that we have randomized and basically have that scroll through the cutoff here. And then let me go and put a utility right here at the end and just do bass mono. Let's take the dry wet of this portal as well, or portal, thermal. So the reese is a bit much, but probably make that less with some more filters. Let's just grab another bunch of these. More notch filters. And maybe a high pass in there as well. That is just going up every once in a while. So this is really just moving all over the place. And let's make sure that the resonances are not going up too high. We have more resonances. Oh, we got here the feedback of the phaser. Don't want that to go up that high. The dry wet a little bit lower. Okay, that looks about right. Save. Probably bot. Let's see if I can do the range of the thermal dry wet as well, so that it doesn't close down all the way. Master dry wet, there we go. Just bring that up a bit. I'll leave that at 100. more movement on you. Let's see what we get. Morph. Put a roar in here as well, why not? Yeah, let's put the bias on the macro. And we need to make sure that the range doesn't go up all the way. Roar, bias, where's the bias? I think I'm in the wrong. Be here. Bias, where are you? There. Yeah, let's put you on a macro. Wait, let me do a different one. That one. Let's do the morph on a macro as well. Although that is idea. Turn that off for now. Let's group these two so that we have the sub separate. Or I can put the sub in here. That should also fix it. Let's put the sub here. So that that is not running through the same chain. Or is it? No. We want to have the sub in here, but we want to group these two. So sub is gonna go here. Then we're gonna group these two. And we can put roar somewhere here. So it's running across these two, but not across the sub. Let's see what that does. Because the morph is kinda taking out the sub. And then we have to turn the movement back on, otherwise it's going to be really quiet. And we have to remap the bias. And our morph as well. There we go. Maybe we'll chuck another roar here though. Without the... just so we can crank that a little bit. I want to have a bit of that. Foley layer is quite loud. Back you down a bit. Wait. Okay, the reverb might be a bit much as well. Let's just make that a little shorter. What happens if we make the freeze layer where's the... Is that all this? Yeah, it is. Let me grab a different one. Let me do that. There we go. Quiet silence in the chat. Calmness. I can actually read you guys' messages without having to look through a bunch of nonsense. Okay, so that Reese layer is actually has a lot of high end. So what that can use is another filter. Something that just closes it down and makes it less high-endy. So we'll just do that, and then we need to find this filter. So it's filter 2. 2, frequency 2. It's probably this one. Let's just make that go up to maybe something like that. Where are we getting all that delay from? Is that really just a hybrid reverb? Also, I'm getting a weird frequency, a weird buzzing frequency, and I don't know where that is coming from. I think it's a roar. Oh no, it's not. Where's that coming from? Okay, it's coming from this layer. Still happening. Let's find that thing. What is causing that? It is in here. Okay. It is roar. What if we switch you to high quality? Still happening. Why is it doing that? Let's try out a different mode. Still doing that. What the fuck? Why are you doing that? That's so fucking stupid. Is it really because of the bias? It is. I mean, it's not doing it here. No, it is. See these peaks coming up? Not as bad now though, so let's see what happens if we turn that back on. No, it's still happening. Okay, let's replace this roar for something else. Because I'm not liking that nasty frequency coming in. Let's save. I might know another cool distortion that we can use. It's a plugin that I use quite a bit. I like noise, but it needs to be controlled. And those frequencies that are coming up are just sort of like annoying me because they come up in a way that is really not controllable. Let's go to distortion. What was that company again? Creative Intent. I believe this plugin is discontinued, but it's quite a nice plugin. Put it here. No, let's put it there. So it is on these two layers. It's this plugin. It's a really nasty distortion, actually. Might not be too much on this type, but if we... We're still getting delay. Are you hearing that? Where's the delay coming from? Probably from inside Serum. Probably one of these. Huh? Oh yeah, we have another roar. Why are we not hearing the nasty frequency from this one, by the way? I guess it's just a result of everything that's happening. Anyways, let's see if we can move this about. Let's do that. Yeah, so it's those two, phase amount and drive amount. Let's map those. 11 and 12. That is gonna move around. The mix down a bit. Maybe the tone as well, why not? Look at the CPU. This plugin isn't the most CPU friendly, but yeah. And then the device randomizer also isn't. Okay, we're nearing the end of this chain, that's for sure. We're still getting it. The roar is really doing nasty stuff that I don't like. Let's get rid of roar. Now we're lacking some. We could put this tantrum right here, maybe. Then we're gonna have to remap that again. That's fine. I'm just gonna resample a long note from this because I'm also not really enjoying this patch too much. Let's just go and do that. Let's just resample this so that we can... What does this sound like now? Okay, let's just do this one. happens if we put the sub back into here. Just for shits and giggles. Kind of similar. Even current is lacking. Look at the grains. It's like almost not updating properly. Ooh, that was a cool sound. Up these a little bit. Not sure what this pass mode does. Fallback one sounds kind of cool though. When in doubt, pick a preset here and just go through it while it's recording. One thing I don't like when you switch a preset in thermal, that it creates a little gap in the audio, but that's fine. You know, we just resample it anyway. See? Oh, that one actually was kind of cool. Getting a lot quieter, but that's fine. Oh, the sub is moving around as well. Going up and down. Somehow created a vibrato effect, a slow vibrato in the sub. Don't know how, but... feel like it could have something more in here. Let's grab... let's chuck a portal somewhere in here. What happens. Can we arm this as well? Wait. What the fuck was that? idea. Ooh. Did you hear it right when I switched the preset? It sounded fucking cool. Kinda saved this thing. What happens if we switch again? Because that was fucking awesome. Was set to 808 Kelly. It's just a one-off thing. This one was also kind of cool. See if we can find some more stuff in here. The hell? That's a bit much. Where's the robo one? There. Okay, well... Let's move on. Let me just, I'll just, save this rack. Why not? If it wants to. Or Ableton is going to crash. Oh no, it isn't. What is the date? June 6. And let's get rid of this track because it's using a shit ton of CPU. We can move on to something else. We have this here. A lot of weird shit. I'll bounce that after the stream. Let's see. Let's go and mess with some other things. What if we resample some real instrument? Let's grab a contact. Let's save the project. It also saves much quicker now. Now we removed that one track. Let's see. Let's start with maybe this one. Let's grab cello or bass. Let's do cello. Let's pitch it down an octave. Already kind of bass. Let's just chuck a bunch of notes in here. Okay, that's maybe a bit long. Let's do that. And let's go close. So that becomes mono. It's just panned to one side. So let's fix that. Leave 38. There we go. Let's group this. I'm gonna chuck that Tantrum distortion on again because that one kind of sounded cool. Chuck that on here. And let's grab another device randomizer because that is our good friend here. Let's do you, and the mix probably. And the tone, why not? Let's grab corpus. Put that here. Maybe go that. Bring it down. Grab the MIDI. That this is tuned. That's loud. Let's bring you down. And let's do -12. And let's go and grab some more stuff. Maybe erosion on here. Oh, we should probably leave this one at the start. Ooh. No idea what that does. We just compress this quite a bit before it runs into all these things. Also going to change the erosion a little bit. What happens if we make this just... Okay, then the portal isn't, or the corpus isn't really doing that much. I need to fill my drink. I feel like the corpus is doing so much. We need to, in terms of volume, we need to compress the hell out of this. Or is that also the vocoder? No, see, it's still... this one is doing too much. Let's see. Maybe that helps. Turn the automatic gain on. I mean, that definitely helped. Okay, I think what this now needs is another portal and a thermal. Don't you think so? Thermal. And a portal. Portal can probably go somewhere here. And let's open these up. And let's same here. I'm just gonna chuck one final blue compressor at the end here. Make sure that's not gonna go too crazy. Let's see. Oh yeah, and we need to map these. Map you. There. 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 Let's try out one more thing. Let's go and put do this, and then we map the scale to a macro as well, so that frequency is sort of like taken out and coming back in every once in a while. Where are you? Let's do 0 to 100%. See, so that is moving up and down. Okay, let's go and close these down like that. Maybe we can map some of these things in corpus as well. That might be good. You, no clue what these really do. Also, I'm gonna do the inharmonic. Let's try it out. Happens if we have no erosion. actually don't mind that. You know what? I have an idea. This one, we're gonna go add some octaves. Why not? Okay, time to set up a track. The inharmonic might be a bit much. Let's unmap that one. Just leave that at 0. And leave it on eco. Okay. Go to the favorites folder. Turn the erosion off for now. The hell? Wait, the flame just come from here. What the hell? Like some of that really rumbly stuff that's coming out of this now. That could be useful somewhere. Yeah, exactly. In the till sometimes there's some weird shit happening. Kinda cool. Ooh, that high note was nice. Let's try some without erosion. There's already gonna be noise coming up anyway. Could add a couple of while that's recording. Turn that off. See what happens if we have some quicker notes. Maybe push this one. Quicker notes wasn't my favorite, to be honest. But Were some cool bits earlier on. Now it's sort of like... Ooh, that was nasty. That one sound. Again, when I switch presets. Do that again. That was not part of the bass. Ooh. That one was nasty. Every once in a while it makes a really nasty one that just works. And that's the ones I'm looking for, you know? This preset is kind of cool. It has that warble setup, which kind of makes everything sort of like rumbly. Let's see what happens if we then switch through some presets here with that one on it. Go to the first one. Ooh, that one again. See? It had a... Ooh. That's nice and deep. That can be useful for something. That high note was kind of cool. I also wonder what happens if I, you know, take some of these rumbly bits later and just multi-band split them. Also look at what the Henningen is doing here. Every once in a while it goes to left and right. Oh, it's only on the till. That's fine. Now I kind of wonder what happens if later I take some of those good rumbly ones and I sort of like multi-band split them so I can, I guess, distort or process the mid-range and leave the sub sort of like unaffected. Might be able to pull some more detail out of it, you know? That one was good. Like those ones that have almost like a kick at the start. Those are nice because you can use that sound and repeat it as a one shot or like in a rhythmic kind of way. Whoa. No, there's like more things happening in here. We got some overdrive here. There's this one. It's also moving around. And I mean, the corpus is adding a bunch of sub. And there's a vocoder in here doing some stuff, so... That was a good one again. You can just hear it when the first transient part is almost like a kick. That just are the ones that sound nice most of the time. The hell? Whoa, Transformers. Who made a Transformer? Out of cello. This one has some nice crunchy high end. Like, there's quite a bit of separation between the sub and the high end here. Like, there's a bit of a gap right here. So you can even just sort of like take off those crunchy high bits and use them on layered on something else. Really weird shit happening. I mean, Thermal and Portal are doing the most here, though. Okay. Weird 8-note things. Some of those look kind of funky here. Look, looking weird. They're like 8-note rhythm things. Whoa. Glitchy. What the hell? Ooh. Happens if we use the erosion with the 8-note one. Huh. I don't know how long this file is, but I think it's already really long. Weird to think that this was a cello. Where's the... What was the other one that sounded really cool? I forgot. Yo, Electronics lady. Yeah, this stream is just becoming weird noises. But I kind of need a lot of these, so I need to make weird noises that have a lot of texture. So yeah. But I think this is a lot already, so probably should call quits on this sound. Just do that, so it's gonna go till the end. That was a good last one. Okay. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of stuff. Almost twice as long as the previous one. Oh my god. Well, I got some sounds to go through. I'm gonna save this patch though, because it makes some pretty funky sounds. Let me do that. Let me wait. Let's save the project before we do anything. And let's call this Crazy Cello Bass June 6. Anybody have any questions or anything? Anything we should try and do? We've messed about with this bass stuff for quite a bit now. Might as well do something else. Let me look at the chat. Let me also play this one for a bit more. Have a bit of a palette cleanser here. We make some melodic bits. I need like some little extra piano things that I can sprinkle in here or in stuff like this. Like not the chords, but like like some higher note bits. Usually what I'll do is just after the stream, well, if I don't forget, of course, because sometimes I'll forget. But I'll definitely always bounce the entire file to my sample folders. If it's a really long file like this, I sometimes also go through and bounce like sections, so not that I not have the entire file, but also have like maybe 16 bar sections or 32 bar sections, because sometimes with like, if you want to resample them again or put them into a sampler, most of the times those other synths and samplers don't really like if you put in like a 50-minute file, you know, and it's better to have like shorter sections. But I'll also, if I don't forget at least, go through, just play it, and just basically cut out the best parts, and either put those in one file or just save them as one shots, depending on what it is, you know. Which is a time-consuming process that can take a long time, and I also have a ton of files where I haven't done that yet, and I probably should do that, but that is for a day when I don't feel like making anything, you know. Like if I come home from work and I'm just completely drained and I don't really want to do anything, in terms of like writing music or doing sound design or anything like that, you know, that's a good day to just go through some of those samples and just start bouncing stuff that sounds cool from it. Let's So one thing that I know is that I don't really need the high velocities in this. Maybe the chords are fine, but I'd put this on here so we don't get the really high velocities. Up a bit maybe. Let's see. Oh, I hope that didn't fuck everything. I just pulled on the cable of my headphones. Okay, that's not good. Let's not do that again. Okay, that's pretty quiet. Also have this note length thing, but I also figured out, which I never knew, I use this note length thing with the latch thing, right? So that when I hit a really short note, it sustains it, because I don't have a sustain pedal. I am looking into getting a sustain pedal, maybe one day. I saw that you have to sort of like watch out which one you buy though. Not all ones work with my MIDI controller, but if I can find one that works well and isn't too expensive, then maybe I'll get it. But I actually found out that this latch thing is also on my MIDI controller. There's a button called latch. I never noticed that. And then I get the same thing. Oh, it doesn't work because this is turned on. Also pretty quiet. Let me up the volume of this. probably gonna turn this on instead, because otherwise I'm gonna get endless long MIDI notes that it'll put in. We need a D sharp chord. Kind of good. That one. Then I'm gonna have one here, or like a G sharp. I can't play them properly in time, so I'm just gonna do it this way. Oh. That in for now. E. Oh, that was nice immediately. And then let's do a C sharp. Sure. And then we also need one final one here, or like an A sharp. Should do the job. Can copy this, put it here, and then this. See what we got here. That's actually really long. I'm not doing the divided by 2 because then it also changes the distance between the notes, and these notes are obviously not exactly at the same spot. Like if we zoom in, see, you get that kind of stuff. And if you use this divided by 2 button, it will also change the distance between that, so the chords will end up sounding different. Let's see if we put that note down. I don't like this one. See if we can find a better one for G sharp. It's kind of good, but a bit too quiet. But we can fix that. Yeah, it's cool. Okay. Be this one. Put that there as well. That one a bit. Maybe we'll increase the level a bit here. Fireworks outside? What the hell? You guys can probably hear that. Fireworks, it's fucking June. Okay. Yeah, that's good. If we can add a little bit of... I don't wanna... Yeah, I like that A sharp going through all of those. That kind of works. Play around with some of the velocities here. A little bit easier to change those notes that way. Now, instead of using the latch, I can grab a CC control, plug that in here, and automate this real quick. Already good enough, we can just copy that over. Copy this over to this track. If I want to add some high things, we have a track for that. Let's see. Let's add some sort of like strings or something. So we have it a little bit more filled up here. Wait, is that a legato patch? I believe it is. Yeah. Chuck you there. Stand that. Stand that. There maybe. And let's add a little bit of movement to that. PC control. Let's do that for now. Maybe. Okay, I do wanna go all the way down. I'm gonna leave this note here for now. Because we already get that here, so. Yeah, that's better. Maybe it does want to go there for this one though. That creates a 7th above C sharp. Yes, this one can still go there. Okay, I said that I need some more cello bits or string bits, like legato string bits. Now we can actually play that on top of here and just mess about. Let me grab another sampler. We need like some solo kind of thing. Which, this one is kind of nice. This one. Let's grab that. And I know if I play really soft notes, it uses this one, Portamento, which has like a bit more, how to call it, a bit of a slower sort of like glide between the notes, which is kind of nice, but I cannot play that soft on my MIDI controller. Like honestly, the amount of times I will be able to hit that note, I really have to sort of like really gently press the note for it to trigger itself. Like I can try, but if I'm really just, I'm pressing the note so subtly that it takes almost a second for me to press the key, basically. And if I'll play like a little bit normal, it will be more like, see, it goes, uses that one. I really have to press really softly. So to trick Ableton into thinking that we're doing that, we're doing this. So we're always getting that. If it wants to. Okay, we do need to have it up for some reason. If we put it at 0, it does nothing. Which is strange because this patch doesn't have any velocity. But the velocity is in the mod wheel. Now it always triggers that, so that's good. Let me put, the scale is not that important, but just for the sake that I don't want to get any wrong notes, let's just do that. And I'm gonna bring it all the way up to close, which makes it mono. And let's put utility on here and bring this down to -38. Makes it centered. Also makes it quiet, but I can boost that up. There we go. I would like to have the vibrato on something that I can use. Let's see. Can I map the vibrato to a macro? Ha, nice. I now have the vibrato here on my MIDI controller. That's nice. I hope that doesn't do anything else. Because my MIDI controller for some reason has this weird thing where every once in a while it switches to the auto mapping preset and it will map the sliders and to like the gains of all the tracks, which is kind of weird. And I've tried turning it off, but I don't know how. I messed with it for quite a while and I haven't really figured out how to turn it off completely because I don't like that. I do like that it shows me the macro knobs of whatever track is selected. So if I select this track, it will now show me vibrato on my MIDI controller, and I can just move that. But as soon as I move the first slider, look at the top track, the stream intro track, and look at the volume of that. As soon as I move the first slider of my MIDI controller, oh, huh? It's not. Oh yeah, there we go. See? It starts moving the volume of that, which is kind of annoying. And I would like to be able to turn that off, but I haven't figured out how. Might have to look into that again. Let's do that. And let's see. Let's just copy this reverb. Put that in here so it isn't mono. Maybe a bit less though, because it's really wet. Can I trick it so that it does sometimes play? How much do I need to put this up for it to trigger one of these? Okay, now I need to really hammer the note for that to happen. Bring it up a little bit more. Still can do that. Nice, now I can play them both easily. I haven't tried an MPE controller, no. They're fucking expensive. Like, they look awesome, but they're fucking expensive as hell, so... And my MIDI controller was already pretty expensive. Like, the MIDI controller that I have was like, what, 700 something euros? So... I have the Novation 61 SL Mark III, which is really nice because it automatically, well, it has like little displays on the controller which basically shows me parameters of Ableton. So if I highlight this rack, then it'll show me these macros on those displays, and I can just see what the settings are without having to look at my screen, which is really nice. It has a lot more things as well. Like I can mute tracks straight from the controller because it'll just show me like the I believe it's that, yeah, see? I can bypass the track from my controller. And I can do that for the first, the first 8 tracks, I believe. And then I can use like an up and down button to go to the next 8 tracks and stuff like that. So it's a really nice controller, but I honestly don't really use most of the features. I really wanted it for the little displays that it has on top of it, because that allows me to just, you know, see the parameters, and especially when I'm doing stuff like this, I can play and then use that macro without really having to go to my screen or look at my screen, because my controller is also not on my desk because I don't have the space for that. But the MPE controllers look nice though, don't get me wrong. They look nice. But I'm not really in the market for another MIDI controller. This one does the job pretty well. grab a drink. So at this point I would usually just play this. Do I want this in this octave, or do I want maybe... Yeah, the aftertouch is pretty decent. By the way, how quiet is this for you guys? It's probably pretty quiet. Let me check. Yeah, that's pretty quiet. Let me give you guys a volume boost. There you go. Some reason didn't play that note. Okay, weird. I need something else that gives me a bit of a rhythm, because I cannot time it properly right now. Let's do a hi-hat in here. We'll just grab an addictive drums and give us a little bit of a hi-hat pattern. Just to keep the tempo, you know? Something jazzy, maybe? I mean, I can just arrange the pattern, it doesn't matter too much. Just need something that does a little... A way I can hear what the tempo is like. Okay, let's just do this for now. So we have a whole bunch of stuff. Let me this. Copy that over. Kind of want to see what happens if we use the vibrato. Not all of these bits are good, but it is what it is. Finally, have you fixed something about the next feedback stream somehow? I am working on it, but I'm also working on a video at the moment that needs to be done first. And then after that, I'll finish up the new overlay for the feedback streams. Let's see what happens. I should probably do that. Record that in. Some weird bits, but fix that later. Now we should have, yeah. Did you guys know about this? I only recently found out about this. If you have automation like this and you want to clean it up, I would always go through and just, you know, painstakingly remove bits that I don't need. Okay, that was weird. Why I did that. Control off. So, you can just select something like this, and then right click, and then there's this option called Simplify Envelope, and it will just remove point and just make it simplified. So that's easier to work with. I never knew about that until recently, and I was like, holy shit, why did I not know about that? Let's see if we can. To go pretty quiet there. Not really feeling that, doing that right now. See what happens if I start processing this one. See if we can do some granular stuff on that and see what happens. Portal. Chuck portal here. Let's just make a track here. And let's grab the device randomizer. Put these on there. And bring these down. Probably pretty slow for this kind of stuff. Although we could maybe bring this one up a bit more. Map you to here. Let's save the project, by the way. Let's try some of these presets from my own folder. Let's see what happens. Not all of them will work, I know that, but let's see. Also chuck this rack. Shits and giggles, let's chuck it on the entire group. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna basically process the entire thing with Portal. Let's grab you, and you. Map these. Still going too fast, so let me change this. Can also bring this down a bit so that this frequency isn't affecting the other one as much. Maybe bring this one down even further. There's plenty of plugins that can help with chords. I advise you to learn music theory though. It's gonna be a lot more useful. See what happens if we put the piano up an octave. And maybe this one down an octave. That's unusable for this kind of stuff. That one is kind of cool. And you can also, I'm not sure, do you use Ableton Byte? If you use Ableton, you can make it yourself. You want me to show you? It's actually not that hard. We have another track here with piano, so I can show you how to make it. I just a little. Let's just say we don't have all of this. And just it's gonna give you weird chords as well though, but it is what it is. Oh, we can just do that. Close all this down so it's not really giving us anything, so you're not really confused by that. But what you can do in Ableton is actually pretty cool. Like if you have this going, we can now chuck a random on here. And we can say every... Now there is already... Oh no, there's no skill device yet. Okay, cool. So I can say, I want this to pick a different note every time it triggers this. And it's going to go up with an interval of 1. And it has a choice of 12. So it's going to be able to choose from all the 12 semitones above this note. You can also say by, then it goes up and down. So now if I play this, it starts picking random notes. Now, it isn't in the skill, so we would have to put a skill device after this and say the skill that we want, so D sharp minor. Now every time it's going to pick a random note from this skill. Sometimes we will get duplicates because it brings, if it picks this one, it brings it down to there, so it is what it is. But you can hear that we now get different notes. Now, next up, we want to grab a note echo device. And let's put that after here. And we're going to set the sync all the way off, and we're just going to bring the time down. So it's basically just almost the same moment. There's 1 millisecond difference. I'm not sure if we can just have it do it at exactly the same time, but it might actually be good if there's a slight difference between the notes. So now we're going to set this to mute and no feedback, and then we're going to group this, and we're going to create another chain. That's just the note that we already had, and then this note echo creates an additional note. Now we're going to put another random on here, and we should put this rack before the skill device. So now I'm going to tell this to go up with 12 choices again. So now if we bring the chance up, we get that. Now, not every chord is going to be useful, but we can keep doing this. We can go another note echo device, and we can put that after here, for instance. Basically do this same rack again. In fact, we can just copy this rack into here. Can we do that? No, but we can put it after it and then drag it back in here. So now we're basically doing the same thing again, but for this extra note that it creates. It now has another chain where that goes through and another chain where it creates another note. Now, they might be a bit close together. We can pitch this one up maybe. Let's do 12. And because some of the notes are a bit low, let me just go and do... I thought I set one to the bidirectional, but I guess I didn't. I think I'm gonna go and bring this one up an octave as well. Now you just get 3-note chords every single time you trigger a single note. And the funny thing is, we can even make it sort of like have a bit of strum if we up this a little bit. Let's do that, and let's maybe go up here as well. Now sometimes it gets really weird because it might play 3 notes right next to each other. Oh yeah, it does we have a bidirectional thing happening somewhere though, I hear it. Because sometimes we get a really low note. But where is that coming from? Huh? Oh, that's here. Let me put this one to add as well. So it's only going above the note that we played. And you can take this really far. Like we can... Let's just close these down. Let's say we want to create a melody line here. We can put another echo. Put that right here. Actually, I can... Yeah, let's just do it like that. Let's put this on mute. No feedback. And create another chain. And let's say 4 or 8 maybe. And we're gonna put a random after that again. And we're gonna not unsync this, but we're gonna leave this one synced. And let's do bidirectional this time with a high chance. Really cool for like generative music and just finding cool ideas if you cannot play at all. And then we can now put an echo again after this. Group that. Mute, no feedback. We need to do mute because otherwise we cannot do the random thing on it. And it will change, otherwise it will change both notes, which we don't want. So group that. Create another chain again. So we can close this down. And then maybe we'll do... Yeah, let's set it to 2. Do random on this. High chance. Bidirectional. Maybe we'll do that. And if we put a velocity device right here after this rack and give this a random velocity, it will give all of those notes a random velocity. I believe I have a Max for Life device that also gives you a random chance. Note a chance, that's probably the device. So we could maybe put that here. We have so many racks and racks now, that's kind of funny. Let's put it here. And now that note gets a percentage chance that it is being triggered. See, sometimes it doesn't appear, sometimes it does. Let's copy this rack after here. And let's put that in here. And maybe put the chance even further down. And let's set this to 6. Why not? Maybe 5. Or 3. And we can even check what it's now doing if we put a MIDI monitor right here and see what it's playing. I mean, it's not really displaying the chords because we're not triggering them. Oh, sometimes it does. And this way you get some pretty cool stuff. Let's say we do, I don't know, let's randomized piano. And we could also, if we have like a shit ton of notes being generated, like we don't even necessarily need all of these. We can just chuck this one after here. And basically tell it to... This device you can probably download from the Max for Life device library. It's called Note a Chance. Instead of not a chance, Note a Chance. And it will just give the MIDI notes a chance value. Now all the notes are getting a chance value. It's actually quite interesting to mess with this. And you can also really quickly just change the scale. Let's go to A sharp minor. regardless of the fact that the MIDI note is something completely different, you can even go to something that is not in the scale. So we're D sharp minor, let's put an E minor. The note that I'm feeding into here is D sharp, but we're just changing it to E minor. It will just work. So by basically just abusing the random and the note echo, you get all these things. Now, there is some extra stuff here in this rack, of course. Like there's some, what is this? Like I guess the sustain is automated. I'm not sure that is turned on here. Okay, it's off. Okay, good. But we don't have this, and let's turn the velocity down as well. Okay, maybe the velocity not, because then we get really loud notes. Not sure where it gets the length of the notes from. That's kind of what I'm wondering. But we could put a note length device after here. Right here maybe. And turn this onto the latch, see what happens. Oh, the length is coming from the notes here, of course. Like if I put these really short. Then the notes would also be short without this. See? But if we then turn on note length with latch turned on, but if the notes are longer already, it starts overlapping more and you get an even more beautiful sound, in my opinion. Because then some of the echoes overlap with the bottom note. Although the downside is that sometimes you get two bass notes layering together and it starts giving this really weird warble kind of stuff that sounds not that pretty. But, you know, you can't have everything. I guess we could even, like we have this setup, right? If I map that to a macro, and this one, map that to the same macro. The other ones are just melody, so everything here is melody. Yeah, that's all synced, so that's all melody. We can, this is both set to there now. We can use this as a sort of like amount of strum. So we could bring this down a bit so it's not going to go all the way crazy. But now we have set up a custom strum. Now you don't really need that anymore in Ableton because we've got the MIDI sort of like transformation kind of things, which has a strum thing. But you know, you can do this. But now what you can also do is you can create another MIDI track, set the input to whatever track you're doing this on, and just hit record. And I should have just... Oh, that's the wrong track, my bad. This one. You can record the MIDI. For some reason it's not recording. Oh, I have this turned on, my bad. I need to do it like that. So it's not switching when I switch to the other track. And let's say we don't like that much melody notes, or we want this one back up an octave. Maybe this one is too much. Now the MIDI starts looking really crazy because of the note latch though. That's one thing that is happening. But you could technically even pick the MIDI from before the note latch. So if we just do MIDI effect rack, post mixer, is it this one? I think it is. I think we'll get it without the MIDI latch. Kind of hard to see because the notes are already sort of like touching each other, but and I also have overdub turned on. That's probably not right for this. Yeah, see? You can just record a whole take. It's quite interesting. Actually, it looks like it's also recording the notes that are not included because of the note chants. Sometimes I see a note appearing while I'm not hearing a piano note. So you might want to put this into this rack so it records just the notes that are being played. It's really interesting. Like, this is usually how you make generative music. You just have the MIDI randomly generate stuff. And you can use sequencers for that, of course, but this is kind of fun and free way of doing that. I mean, you could do it with a lot of things. You can do this with so many different things. Like, I really like the Cohen sound sequencer, the one that they made. What was it called again? Palette sequencer. That one is actually really nice, but it is behind a paywall. It's on their Patreon. But this basically just generates MIDI notes as well. If we It's also running through this right now. I believe this has a skill in it, but so we don't necessarily need skill device here, but it doesn't matter because it just turns it into whatever we have. And this thing is also really interesting. I think you can map all of these things to all kinds of stuff. I guess we can. Let's try this out. Does that work? Yeah. Now we have 2. And it should create some kind of a chord every time. Let's just put that really slow. Yeah. It is creating 2 notes. But sometimes it's the same note. Anyways, there's so many cool ways of generating MIDI. Was school teaching never... I mean... Standing before a class? No. Teaching through, like, video online? Yeah, that is something I already do, you know? But, like... Actually standing in front of a class? No, that doesn't really interest me at all. I have one other device, which is also my Patreon, because I kind of edited the device. There's a really cool device for making atmosphere. This one like I said, I edited it because the default one that I found online, which by the way I cannot find it anywhere anymore. It's been taken down. The website it was on is taken down. But that's also why I put this one on my Patreon. I edited it so that it updates with the colors of your Ableton theme, as opposed to the colors that were in the device by default. But it's just sort of like a granular atmosphere thing, and it's kind of like a granular reverb in a way. Turns anything into atmosphere. But can also do some weird mostly use it for this. Usually works best with like slower things feeding into it though. Like if there's too much stuff happening in the thing that you feed into it, it won't work too well. But if we like solo maybe just a piano here, and then just put that up an octave. Quite interesting. Makes really beautiful atmosphere. I'm gonna call it quits for tonight as well though. We've been going for quite a bit. Thanks for being here. I will be back next week. Hopefully working on a track maybe. I'll try and make some more stuff that I can use in the track. At least some sounds to put into it. I think I'll be able to find some stuff in the upcoming week and design some more things. Yeah, I'll be back after a little break. So next week, Friday, I'll just say 9 p.m. because the last time I made it to 8:30 p.m. It has been a while ago. So new stream time is just 9 p.m. If I don't get a bee inside the house, of course, that is, because that's what delayed today's stream. Anyways, thanks for being here. Go and join the Patreon. And if you want support me, then check the Patreon out. I'll drop the link in the chat. And if you're still here, join the Discord as well. Because we have a Discord where we just hang out. and you can talk about the same stuff that you're talking about in the chat right here. You can do that in the Discord. So, thanks for everything today. I'll go chill now. I'll be in the Discord afterwards as well, so if you have any more questions, just hop into the Discord and put them there, and I'll get to it as soon as I'm back behind the computer. Which should be soon. I'm just gonna grab some food real quick. Hope you enjoyed today, and I'll see you all next week. Peace.